line is yours. Yeah,
Come on,
that's line also. Yeah. This line you will use.
This
line you will use for
line.
8 pass. Yes, exactly. For 3-4 seconds.
Very good.
Okay. 8 pass, 9 pass. Sorry?
10, 25?
No, 10, 15, 30. There I have 30. 8, 9 pass, 2 pass. 3 raise, 7, 5,000. 4 pass. 5 pass. 6 pass, 7 pass. Guys, can you throw the chip, please?
Thank you very much.
Oh, è un big line. These guys are even better. Trasforma. Nice ball, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice ball, sir. On looking at that, I can see from the left.
2 pass.
Hi.
Nice one.
Thank you, sir.
3 pass.
Thank you,
4
sir.
pass.
Nice ball. Thank you.
5 pass.
Wow.
Thank you, sir.
6 pass. 7 raise over. Maybe you don't.
It's a good ball. Good enough.
You mistake both.
225. 225.
150 here. Yeah, 215. 259.
Like 9 blinds. 8. No. It's the second time. I remember every hand.
Non ci pensi.
Tiro per la televisione.
Per un po' di show, eh?
Sono 8 bui, devo chiamare una cosa. Ma lui prima ha fatto l'Olimpo nel suo campo.
Ma se non stai... Oh, può scendere di tutto, guarda.
Poi ti do, vedo. Yeah?
Ciao ciao.
Yeah.
Bravo.
So big. 2 times. Oh, wenn du mit deinem Auge ist nichts so lieb. 2 times mehr.
E come si voleva dimostrare, si perde.
C'è una zona più alta. L'ultimo, eh?
Tutti gli assi, tutti gli 8, tutti i 7, tutte le donne, tutto. Tu me ne.
pass, 4 pass, 5 pass. 6 pass. 7 race all in. So it's 430, 430, 460 should be there. It is 460. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 460 together. 60. Race all in, position 8, 9 pass and showdown.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. This is the France Poker Festival main event, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Welcome everyone. I've been talking for about 10 minutes there, but it appears that people couldn't hear me. We do have a pot here of 1 million. Holder with pocket 7s, profiler with the pocket 8s. Ace, 5, 4, deuce is the board.
Poverino, l'hai illuso per una mano le vado avanti in più.
Italia sta.
Dai. Però bello, tu c'hai 8 volte che sei
Costellazioni migliori. Costellazioni migliori.
Esatto.
Se ci aveva sul capo a solare avrebbe già vinto. Io non posso passare, in caso no. Con cosa? Vabbè, la bella mano.
Comunque, Massimo, 3-2, cioè facevo scala fuori. No, molto
È difficile, eh?
non devo fare neanche 3
Hello everyone. Just want to make sure you can hear me loud and clear in the chat.
Race 65,000.
Johan is saying he's missing my voice. I'll show you I am here and ready. Mr. Man down is in the house. Okay, everyone can hear me now. Perfect. Apologies for the technical difficulties.
5 race all in.
Cleaned out my computer this week. Found a virus. Everything should be tip-top with you. You're all very welcome on this Sunday evening. It is the France Poker Festival main event. This is day 2. We had unbelievable numbers. 4,500 €190 buy-in. And the first prize is going to be €100,000. 6 tickets available for the World Series of Poker Europe main event taking place later on this year. So let's get down to the action. few different nationalities being represented at the speaker table. Germany, Italy, Poland, Ukraine. Jesus, God, knocking this one out of the park. Unbelievable numbers.
4 plus. Five race, 85,000.
And first is going to raise to 85,000. Average track is about 30 big lines at the moment.
8. So 9 plus. 2 plus.
And it is very important to know that we are still missing key details at the top right-hand corner of the screen. But there is in or around 200 players remaining at the moment.
Three plus 5 right.
Was ist passiert? Berlin, voll? Bevor Jugo was race?
Ja, wir haben gesagt, wir machen. Aber das voll.
Shit, mit Spiel. Ha? Shit, mit Spiel. Warte schon. Oh, new player. Hi. Hello.
Hello.
What's your name?
Where are you from?
From? What's your name? Igor, where are you from? Bosnia. Where you from?
Six plus.
Where you from? You have how many? What? 300. Two of them. Thank you, sir. You put it as well when I was doing that.
1 plus 2 plus. Three raise line. 4 plus.
in the pot. Flush for Igor. And although it is a paired board, it's going to be tough to not pay this off. Okay, it's great that you can hear me now. This is my third time doing the introductions. Action Man Dan is in the house. We pick up the action on the river here. And it's just going to be tough for Igor to not lose more chips once the full house raises. So just deciding how much he wants to raise here to get paid. With 635 already out there. Average stack about 30 big blinds. He's got 25 bigs behind. So I would like to see a raise here to about 350 minimum. About half his stack here. Seems like a good number. Goes for 500,000. Does get paid off there. Nice chunky raise. 5 times the initial bet there on the river, getting paid off. Alrighty, folks, let me know how you are all doing in the chat. Nice to be here with you on this Sunday evening. If you are new to the channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow on YouTube. On the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Unbelievable numbers in this one. Very similar to the Italian poker sport. Only about a month ago. Don't really recognize too many names at this table, which is always fun. So Otto is going to raise the minimum to 60,000 off about 15 bigs here from the hijack. You will see some people defend with a king 6 offsuit there, but I actually like the fold. Those king 5s, king 6s, king 7s, king 8s don't play too well post flop, even if we are only having to pay one more big blind. Johan, my main man, is subscribed at tier 1 for 19 months. Brilliant, Johan. Thank you so much for letting me know there was technical difficulties. I see Dan Fox was the first person in the chat. He needs to get an honourable mention also. Big fan of this channel this year. It's great that we just see so many new followers, so many new names each week. Profiler under the gun with pocket 10s. He's playing a very large stack at this feature table. Look at this. We could have action here. Under the gun against under the gun +1. Pocket 9s for Gennaro. Now, sometimes you might just rip this against a very aggressive player, especially if they've loads of chips. But I actually kind of like the fold with 9s, and that might seem very tight. If we have more chips, maybe we just call. But I actually think that's a really solid fold there from the pocket 9s, and that might seem standard to some people, but you will see them call there a lot. And although it's not the worst call in the world, it's going to be very hard to continue post-flop. And he will just take down the blinds and antes and add that 75k stack. I have mentioned this a couple of times already, but I don't think you could hear me. So we are missing key information in the top right-hand corner of your screen. The average stack and how many players are remaining. So just bear with us. We have a new system installed at Kings, but it's taking a few weeks to figure out the glitches, etc. Just always remember we are on a 30-minute delay. So we have in or around 200 players remaining at the moment. Andre on the button here. King Jack of clubs. So he's going to raise to 65k. And Profiler with a very nice hand in the big blind. Queen 10 suited. I think we just want to be calling here the majority of the time. Our hand is going to play too well post-flop. Sometimes we might decide to 3-bet. But I think overall, we just want to be calling. And he does call. The flop is 8-5-4, 2 hearts. That's going to go check, check. Turn is the 5 of spades. That quickly goes check, check as well. River is the 7 of diamonds. I think the King Jack of clubs just going to be very happy to get the showdown there. Going to lose so often. That board smacking the perceived big blind's defending range more so than the opening range from the button. Red Luigi asks, is this live? It is on a 30-minute delay. Debbie says, don't like to check from the big blind on the turn with the flush draw. Yeah, you know what? You're dead right, Debbie. That's our board, like I just said. That smacks our range more than our opponents. So therefore, if we don't think we can win a showdown with Queen High, at some point we have to turn our hand into a bluff. And Urson is going to raise with pocket fours from the hijack. Playing about 30 bigs to start the hand. Profiler with pocket fives is going to, or pocket tens is going to call from the small blind. Heads up to the flop. And profiler with top set. Goes check, check. Turn is the 8 of clubs. And it's time for Profiler to try extract some value once the flop goes check, check, and the turn goes check, check. Urson is actually going to call that small bet on the river of 65k, and just don't think fours is going to be winning enough there, a showdown, to make that a profitable call. Surprised to see the pocket tens getting value there on the river. And you see he's wearing the Poker Face collection. That is the new collection, folks, that's on the merchandise store. For more information about that, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. We also have some other interesting items on there as well. You've got your pouch for your chips, your keys, etc. Like a little man satchel. It was a really cool addition to the store. Kamikaze Boogie is in the house, always with the kind words. Action Man Dan, hello kind sir, best wishes and healthy days to you.
Thank you very much, Kamikaze Boogie. Exxon is going to raise with pocket eights from early position. And Gertie is going to call in the cutoff. Interesting flop here for both players. Gertie with the set. The open ender for the pocket eights is just going to launch what it looks like a massive all in here. That is just a giant all in, folks. Don't try that one at home. 685k. And what a gift this could be for Gertie. But the eights do have 8 outs, so it's not over yet. 1.6 million in this pot. Wow, folks, look at that for a turn card. The Jack of clubs, and now Gertie wants this board to pair big style. River does pair the board. Wow. What a river that was. Seals the deal with the full house. That's a really big pot. Over 50 bigs in that one. Bebop is back in the house, says good evening. Good evening, Bebop. Nice to have you back with us. As Johan says, an unbelievable run out. Well, like if we were to be fair there, Johan, it's a massive all-in. It's about 5 times the pot. And Ariane finds a nice hand to jam with his stack. Less than 10 bigs. Early position, king, queen off suit. Let's go. And a profiler here in the cutoff with pocket eights and the decision. Just going to 3-bet here, click it back essentially to 585. We've got another all in and call on our hands. 575 in this one. The eights have been out in force already, and we've only played a couple of orbits. All hearts on the flop. 7-5-4. No player with a heart in their hand. Profiler now 78%. Take this one down. Turn is the 10 of hearts. And now 8 outs as we hit the river. But the river is the 7 of spades, and Ariane has been eliminated.
Ogni domenica alle 6 faccio ripetizioni. Siccome fai tenere le coppie di 8. Di come vincere con gli 8? Fatto un abbonamento, è la seconda volta.
Flamingo is in the house, says good evening, Dan and chat. Nice to have you with us, Flamingo. Profiler now playing very close to 100 big blinds. Is your table captain at the moment, and Igor with the shortest stack playing just 10 bigs. And everything in between. Loads of playability, even though it is only a €200 buy-in. Johan wants to know, where are the French players? I'd say they will pop up eventually, Johan. I would be shocked to not see one of those Dorian Melhairs or Riyad Farhat, the Clement Cure, that kind of crew. I would be shocked to not see one of them pop up with still 200 players left. But even though I say I'd be shocked, it's shocking how many results they've had at Kings in the last couple of years. So things have to balance out in the end. Otto is going to shove from the small, takes that one down. Ace King here under the gun +1. He's going to raise, of course. Profiler right next door with just ace-10 off suit. Does let it go. King 7 of spades, a little bit light to be calling here from the small, even if we are suited, but he does have a lot of chips. And that price is in. Urson, three-way action to the flop, and the flop is King, Queen, 6. Wouldn't be too fond of this lead from the small blind on a board like this. Does bet 110k. I feel like there's only one move here for Gertie, just to call. But having said that, because the small blind is leading, he feels like he can get additional equity here and now. And even though he has top pair, top kicker, he is going to protect his hand. Turn is the 8 of clubs, so 885k in the pot now. Wow. Don't try this one at home either, folks. 75k into 885. And in a way, he's trying to see a cheap river. But when we were out of position, that's not going to work enough of the time to make this that profitable, considering he's after just getting raised on the flop. That's a huge raise to 600k. Basically saying to his opponent, you're not getting a cheap river today, buddy. I'm after raising you on the flop, and now I'm raising you on the turn also. And for the King 7 of spades here, the jig is up. You've got the answer you wanted there. And he will eventually let it go. Yeah, that's a good example of making compound mistakes, the domino effect. Although we're suited in the small blind, you see how there was a couple of mistakes after that point. Having said that, if we are going to fold our hand, he pretty much lost the minimum there by betting so small on flop and turn. Pocket sevens raising to 75k. Early-ish position of basically 20 bigs to start the hand. Ah, yes, I see another one of the fantastic mods. The Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Bird is dropping by to say hi. What's up, Bird? I did see you sent me some photo of shots or something a few days ago. I actually completely forgot to respond. Hope you're having fun wherever you were. That I hadn't forgotten completely. Small blind is going to raise to 65k. Ace-8 of spades. Don't really like this sizing, especially into the big, playing such a large stack. Prefer to go a decent bit bigger here. Basically min raising from the small, although he does have a nice hand in the ace-8 suited. You want to be making it about 3 to 3.5 times the big blind there. And on the ace, 9, 7. Just going to bet small and take it down. Wow, Johan. Just seen that in the corner of my eye. 733,433 euro in this prize pool. That is just absolutely incredible from a 200 euro buy-in. And the blinds have just gone up. Small blind is now 20k. Big blind is now 40k with a 40k running big blind ante. That's 20, 40, 40. Bit of a light open from the king 8 offsuit here. And Urson has picked up on it and is going to stuff it on him with ace 7 suited. And that's good awareness there from Urson. It is a great rejam there, but it's easy to just fold or even sometimes just call, recognizing that his opponent is capable of raising light. That's a nice spot to rejam and take it down. Vincenzo, pocket 8s all in. 415k total, and Gertie is going to look him up, it seems. They're asking for a count on the button here with ace 10 offsuit. Yeah, I think that's borderline. You could just call there or pass. I think I prefer passing more than calling. Maybe with the suited variety, we'd give it a spin or be more tempted anyway. Now, having said that, with 50 bigs facing a 10 big blind jam, ace 10 is going to be good enough a considerable portion of the time. Just depends on your opponent, of course. Debbie saying 19 hands, and we saw like 5 or 6 times pocket 8s, yeah. Incredible to see them that much in such a short space of time, Debbie. There's usually a hand that rises to the occasion that you see more frequently than others. The final table from last weekend. Ace King popping off non-stop. Urson taking down the blinds and antes with the Queen 10 suited. Oh, we've got action. Urson is going to raise to almost 3 times the big blind. Pocket 9s. The ace is on the button here. 14 big blinds. Loving this one. Just going to rejam. And for Urson, he won't be loving this one. 560k total, almost 15 bigs. 14. You've already invested 2, so it's 12 more. It's going to be tough to fold 9s. He is going to give it careful consideration here. I just feel like 450 more to call. This would be a hell of a lot of an easier call for him if he had more chips. We can see he only has 830k behind. So it is over half his stack. Johan says the best he can get is a flip. Sometimes you got to win your flips though, Johan. So although he could just edge pass, he decides to call it off. But I do agree with Johan. If he folds there, he can still protect over 20 bigs. When he's called there and he loses this one, he's going to be under 10. If you think your opponent is not going to be shoving hands like 8s, 7s, and 6s, then I could get behind just letting that one go. It is King 5, 4, deuce. River is the Jack of Diamonds. And that's going to put Urson under 10 bigs. The button now playing 30. Really nice time to pick up the aces. Getting the max value and a full double up. Vincenzo raising here off 12 big blinds with just the ace-9 off suit from under the gun. I can't say I'm too much of a fan of this one, although it will look very strong for the rest of the table. However, the big blind should not be defending here with just 9-5 off suit. Not going to slow Vincenzo down from betting here on the Jack-Jack deuce. Shows the ace, takes it down.
So small blind, big blind, please. Thank you very much. Straight on the board and he's a chop chop.
The ladies under the gun here for Urson. Really nice time to pick them up, considering he just lost over half his stack with the pocket 9s.
Chinese people and everything. I respect China. But they can from Louis Vuitton to a chicken.
He's going to raise to 115k.
How much? 150? Can you pay? Sorry, how much you pay?
Bird asks, how often do these guys get pairs? A lot of pairs popping off, Bird. Urson raising to 115 here from under the gun off this stack depth. It seems like it's a dead giveaway, in my opinion. Going to be very tough for him to be raised folding here to almost 3x. Putting in 3 bigs here with just 6 behind. Wow. Profiler 3 betting with just pocket 4s here, folks.
Oh, I need a diamond 4, please. Would be nice. Diamond 4 on the third. So for the public.
Profiler obviously calling it off.
You know.
Bit shocked to see this, folks. We've seen some peculiar plays already. We just talked about how strong that under the gun raise is going to be. Pocket 4 is not going to be cutting the mustard. Is King Jack 8 all clubs. Turn is the deuce of diamonds. There it is, the 6 of diamonds, and of course the pocket 4 is not going to be beating queens there. I find it pretty interesting there, guys, that we've had 2 or 3 situations already since we started, where I've talked about how strong that play is going to look. And then it doesn't matter. They're getting the full wallop, the full double up anyway. I feel like that was just super gambly there by Profiler because he has so much chips. But you do that a couple of times, suddenly you're down as one of the shorties yet again. Profiler is going to min raise. You're going to see him be very active if we just seen him do that with pocket fours facing and all in. Wow, wasn't expecting to see this with just Queen 6 offsuit. The button 3-betting to 310k. Guys, I'm going to say this multiple times tonight, but what an event this is. €200 buy-in. The France Poker Festival main event. 4,679 entries. Vincenzo with the Jeffries is going to put it all in for 605. And wow, you might see the button call this one. He's going to be priced in. It's all happening here at the King's Resort, live from Rosvedov, folks. Absolute scenes here. The Queen 6 offsuit all in against Vincenzo's Jeffries. This is incredible stuff. 1.4 million in the pot. King 10-8. Just a lady. And a lady only. Turn is the 10 of hearts. And the river is the lady. What is going on here tonight, guys? Unbelievable. Shocking stuff. It's not often that I'm speechless on this channel, but wow. 59 bigs for Profiler now is your chip leader, and Igor is your shortest stack with 5.
Avremmo cercato sicuramente.
Ho un 100%. No, una volta che faccio 320.000, faccio 600.
Un po' più fuori.
Va bene, chiudo.
Ace Queen of Spades here, raising to 100k. You know what, guys? I feel like I should have had a bigger reaction for what just happened in the previous hand. Wow, that was lit. What a sick beat for the jacks, but you can't give out. You got your money in good pre, and that's what you want your opponent to do. The cutoff is going to call here with King Queen off suit. Don't mind this call, but I would prefer if we were suited. You could use this in your 3-bet folding range. You've got the blockers. Parta says we are speechless. Enough said, Parta, yeah. We see it all on this channel. Just wasn't expecting to see that river card. Expect the unexpected. It's all kicking off here, folks, on this Sunday evening live from the King's Resort in Rozvedov. If you are just tuning in. Debbie says it was perfect action for his Jack-Jack. Yeah, you're never expecting to see just Queen 6 offsuit there. And you're not expecting to see that lady on the river. That Chris says, honey, he called me a Queen 6 off. Does he know how to play the game? Brilliant. Says that Jack dude looked really angry. Oh, we've got more action. Otto is all in from the hijack for 425. Aces again. So many pairs in the first few orbits tonight. Wow. Aces are going to snap off in the big blind, of course. So all in and call king, jack 7 is the flop. Three of diamonds hits the turn. River is the 10 of hearts. Otto has been eliminated. The aces will scoop. And Jer is going to be playing over 60 bigs now. So we see the open from the hijack with Queen 9 suited. Urson is going to rejam for 760. And the button with a very difficult decision. With the ace-queen suited here facing the open and the rejam, our hand shrivels up significantly. But the fact that it's the hijack against the cutoff against the button, the range is going to be a little bit wider from the later positions. And the ace-queen suited sometimes might want to go with this one. But with 40 bigs, I think it's better to protect our stack. It is a pretty decent edge pass in general from the ace-queen suited here. Now, I have no idea why the hijack is calling this one. Calls for 670 total. Guys, we are seeing it all here tonight. This is incredible stuff. Such a large chunk to call off. $17 big blinds total. 1.6 million in the pot. And look at this, Jack 7 deuce, 2 diamonds. This is incredible. Can't believe it. Turn is the 8 of clubs. 10 outs now as we hit the river. River is the Jack of clubs. No bad beat this time. And Urson gets gifted a healthy double up. He's lucky a diamond didn't roll off. Johan saying today we will play down to 24 players left or the end of level 29. We play now at level 21. The levels are 50 minutes with 160 players remaining. It will be late when we finish. That's okay, Johan. For record numbers like this, 4,679 entries, things can take a while. Then Johan says, must be 26 levels today. That's incredible. That's so many levels. Debbie said he snap called it. Yeah, it looks like people want to gamble. We don't mind, folks. It provides endless amount of entertainment and action. Kamikaze Boogie says, what is the time difference between Ireland and the King's Resort? 1 hour, sir. It is 10:15 in Ireland right now. Igor shoving for 5 bigs under the gun with Jack 10 suited. Nine 4 suited in the big here. 150k more to call. A little bit less. I don't mind calling this one. You might just price them out. Having said that, we have our big blind invested and our big blind ante. Does decide he wants to gamble, which we've been seeing a lot of. Ace Jack 10 is the flop. Igor looks set to double up here to 440k total. Now playing 11 bigs.
Molto meglio. We have a rule on the table. When a big blind, every time just fold. You will see next time.
3 raise, 85,000. 4 pass.
Pocket fours raising to 85k. Quite a light open from early position. Does take down the blinds and antes, adds 100k to his stack. Johan says Ireland is a beautiful country, Rosvedov a poker city.
That's life. That's poker.
Peculiar asked, is every event streamed from Kings? Pretty much every weekend of the year. All the main events anyway. Sometimes the side events are in the background, of course. We have almost, I think, 1,000 tournaments a year, which is just incredible. So obviously all of them can't be streamed, but we get the juicy ones on stream for you week in, week out. Jer is going to raise to 85k here from the hijack with sixes. 3-bet coming in hot on the button. King, queen off suit. I like this 3-bet. I like the sizing. And he will just take that one down. Jer could have opted to see a flop. Decides against it. Kamikaze says, I would love to visit Ireland someday, but it's literally halfway around the world for him. 1 week for poker, 1 week for tourism. And Johan says, one of my sons is married to an Irish woman. I toured Ireland. Nice one, Johan. Love to hear these sort of things. I'm a proud Irishman, and it is definitely one of the most beautiful places in the world, I would say. I think we give out about our country way too much because of the weather. But overall, I feel like it's very underrated. Thomas is going for the min with 7-5 offsuit in the small blind. That looks like a very, very small 3-bet to 150k. I'm not the biggest fan of this min raise in the small. Not the biggest fan of this kickback either. I would prefer to make it bigger. King, Jack, Deuce, 2 spades. Gonna bet 220. Thomas not going to continue, of course. Peculiar asks, is this guy playing Zynga poker? Perhaps, buddy. Just prefer to see a larger raise there from the small. I don't actually hate him calling the additional 70k on top, because getting a phenomenal price to see the flop. Kamikaze says, Exxon appears to be more a plain gambler rather than a seasoned poker player. Yeah, like I talk about this loads on the channel. You got to remember, that's why Kings is so popular. The biggest and best card room in Europe, offering the opportunity to play for €100,000 from a €200 buy-in. It's just incredible. But that's why you're going to see so many recreationals. And having said that, the cream really does rise to the top. There's an update of the leaderboard there, folks. Blinds are going up. 25, 50, 50 now. If you are just tuning in, you're watching the France Poker Festival live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Kamikaze saying amateurs adds spice and excitement to the game. I mean, there's just a massive poker boom in general. Poker is alive and well. Thomas is going to raise the min from the cutoff with King Queen suited. And Urson is going to call in the big with 7-3 off suit. Thomas is going to bet 150 here. Top pair, decent kicker. Just don't need to be defending this one pre, especially when it is unsuited. And Kamikaze says, Action Man Dan, I would enjoy watching you play poker on a stream. I hope King's Resort sponsors you one day. Thank you for your comment, yeah. Just remember, I played professionally for many, many years, mostly online. That will happen someday, Kamikaze. You best believe that. And under the gun +1, ace queen off suit, raises to 110. Three bet coming from the hijack here with 8-7 off suit. It looks like to 180k. Again, guys, not really sure what this is about. This guy likes to get clicking. Clicks it back, essentially. Of course, he's going to get called by the ace-queen. King-queen 9-5. Goes check on the flop. Now he's betting 300k on the turn. I find it interesting that he just immediately checks back the flop like he's done with the hand, and now just bets huge on the turn. I feel like that's a board that, although it's very coordinated, we just want to attack that one with a small sizing. Having said that, a lot of hands will just check back on the flop when there's 3 clubs already on board. Does get a bet of 300k off him on the turn. Board pairs on the river. And is he going to go for it here, guys? Doesn't look like he's going to be done with the hand. Over $1 million in this pot. Just analysing him here for a moment. Looks like he's not just going to think for this long and then give up. What a fascinating player. Oh, and it looks like... How much is that? Can't see the exact sizing. This is a ballsy move. 560k here, folks. Yeah, it really didn't feel like he was just going to give up after checking flop, betting turn, clicking back pre. And if you're a Gennaro, I feel like you just have to call. Great river for his hand. And we've got the ace of clubs as a blocker. What a peculiar hand. Clicking it back pre. Not something you see every day here, folks. It looks like I'm going to have my work cut out for me today and tomorrow. So much exciting action already. We're not even 2 hours in.
Time.
Johan says next time he'll have it. Thomas is mixing things up here with a limp. And Exxon is just going to limp behind here with King 9 off suit. Don't really like the initial limp in the first place, especially when we're not suited. But limping is contagious, and that's why you're seeing the King 9 coming along for the ride. And Jer now in the small blind with Queen Jack off suit. He's going to flick in the additional 25k, and Profiler is going to check his option here at 9-7. Four-way action to the flop. Ace, 5, 3, 2 clubs. Thomas going to bet 100k. Does get the job done. Interesting that no one really hit that flop. Jer on the button here. Ace, Jack of clubs. Profiler with the decision in the small. Ace 10 off suit. Is going to 3-bet. Action is going to be back on Jer. I think we just want to be calling this one. We're deep enough, getting a pretty good price. We're in position. Profiler is going to bet tiny here, 125. Goes for a very, very small sizing on this board. Out of position. King, Queen, 9, and the turn is the King of Clubs. Pot at $1 million. 7 of diamonds rolls off. Profiler going for a bet now of 380,000 on the river. He's got that straight blocker. Now, interested to see what Jer is doing here. Looks like he's a non-believer. Really spicy play there from Jer. Wasn't expecting to see that. Just hard for Profiler to be repping a massive hand there once he bets tiny on the flop and then just checks the turn and then decides to bet the river. Really nice play there. Don't really know what the ace-jack is repping. But sniffing that one out nonetheless. $105K is the open here with the deuces. I really don't understand this one. Off this stack depth, 11 bigs. Again, this is going to look really strong, but we only have deuces. Not something you see every day here. 11 bigs under the gun with the min raise. Jerry is going to 3-bet with the kings of kings from the cutoff. Oh, wow. Going to call the 205 with the deuces. Just 5 bigs behind. This is incredible stuff, guys. Oh, my good God. I do not believe what we are witnessing here. 10-5 deuce. What is he trying to do? Pray. This is just wild. And now I cannot believe he flops a set. Insane. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. This has been some of the most exhilarating action or crazy stuff I've seen in a long time. Hard to wrap my head around what we're witnessing here. 1.3 million in the pot. Does he land a duck on the pond? He sure does. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. River is the jack of spades, and it's just unbelievable. Ger forced to pay the man. Absolutely nothing he can do. Hope you're all enjoying it as much as I am here, folks. I'm absolutely gobsmacked. You never know what you're going to see when you tune in to this channel. That's why you can't go anywhere. You literally just don't know what's going to happen next. Kamikaze says, gamble, gamble, baby. Deuces never loses. Indeed. Kamikaze says, full value poker entertainment. I love it. Absolutely. Igor all in with pocket sixes. The big blind going to let it go. Would not have been shocked to see him call it off there for 5 bigs more. Even if he did just have 7-4 offsuit. But he is going to protect his stack, of course. Well, it's actually the wrong thing to be saying about that man. I don't think he would be protecting his stack for long. Profiler is going to raise to 105 and Igor is going to shove all in. Profiler with another loose enough open. Igor is going to go all in with ace queen off suit in the cutoff. You know what, folks? Profiler might decide he wants to gamble here for 335 more with 670 already in the pot. Kamikaze Boogie says he would call. Well, we knew that anyway, Kamikaze. Just joking, bro. Yeah, he's getting in or around the right odds. It's just with the king and the 10 unsuited, it is a considerable portion of his stack. So we have seen players just fold here. I wouldn't be in the habit of raise folding here. Going to be getting decent enough price even if we only have 25 or 6 bigs to start the hand. Any less, we absolutely need to snap, and any more over 10, we can give it a more of a consideration, shall we say, but I feel like that was just right on the line where it's a good enough hand to gamble with. Can have decent equity and 2 live cards, enough to make it profitable. Now, having said that, if there was a tournament where you want to protect your stack, I think it could be this one. And 42 here, folks, if you're just tuning in. The France Poker Festival, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, is not disappointing in the slightest. I can honestly say, from my 2 years of commentating, I don't know if I've seen that much crazy action straight off the bat like I'm seeing tonight. It's just been incredible. Profiler is just going to limp with ace-9 offsuit. Profiler going to bet 130 with the ace-9 on the jack 6-6. Look at this for Sebastian in the small. I don't know how he is in this hand. But he has indeed flopped the best of it here with trips. It's going to be very disguised here also because he's got such a short stack. He shouldn't have much 6x in his range, if any. And look at this, guys. Ace of clubs hitting the turn. Sebastian is just going to dog jam. Also, don't particularly understand why he's doing this. His hand doesn't need too much protection here. Even if there is a flush draw on board, and that is a card that your opponent would bet for you. So, a bit surprised to see him dunk all in on the turn. But he does get called. $1.5 million in the pot. Golden opportunity here for Sebastian. Well, there you go, guys. That's how you make the 6-4 offsuit work for you from the small blind. Jarrett, your chip leader with 50 bigs. Gennaro basically playing the same. Sebastian 30. Andre 30. Thomas 25. Urson 24. Then the lunatic himself, Exxon with 24 bigs. Igor with 13. And rounding out the table, we have Profiler with 12 big blinds. What a lineup this has been so far. Kamikaze says action, action everywhere. Lights, camera, action, Kamikaze. You do love your action on this channel. And we don't disappoint. Look at this, going for a 4x raise with 10-8 of diamonds in the cutoff. Very nice hand, but I don't like 4 times the big blind in late position. Just don't need to do that. Kamikaze says he would rather be lucky than good. Being both is the tricky part. It is indeed, Kamikaze. It's a wicked combination when you can get both. Exxon is going to raise to 125, and look at this. Urson picking up kings. This is just relentless, folks. So many big hands. Shoves for almost 24 big blinds. I just feel like this is a bit overkill. You want to get action with your kings. You don't need to bet this much. Jer is in the big here with ace-jack offsuit. But again, when we seen earlier the ace-queen getting rid of their hand, Jer's ace-jack is just going to shrivel up considerably here. So he's just going to be forced to let it go. Especially against his particular customer there as well. We've seen a lot of clickbacks and stuff. Small little raise there. Might have got to see a flop from the ace-4 offsuit, but obviously the jam is a different story. Urson in the cutoff with King Queen offsuit is going to raise to 115k. Jer in the small blind with ace 9 suited. He's going to call for the additional 90,000. Top pair here for Urson. And Urson will take that one down with a small bet. Ace 7 offsuit, raising to 130k. Again, too wide with the unsuited variety here. So folks, we are going to have our first break of the night after the next hand. Lots more action to come tonight and tomorrow, of course. Goes for a full 3x open here from early position with 8-7 off suit. This guy is so much fun. What a scallywag. Jarrett is going to call in the cutoff of pocket 5s. Bit of a loose call here from Jarrett for the full 3x, but because of the player it's against, I don't particularly hate it. King 7, Queen 8 is the board. Alrighty, folks, that is going to do it for our first session of the evening. I always say don't go anywhere, but I really, really mean it this time. What a fun festival this has been, and we're only 2.5 hours in. We'll be right back.
Twenty 50, please. Thank you.
See Duarte there, Dan, topping up another 50k. He's probably in for about 150 at this stage, if not more. But again, it's probably the bare minimum he's in for at this stage. He is not afraid to play some deep stack PLO 5 cards.
In for a penny, in for a pounding.
Wow, I mean, pounding is definitely the accurate term to be used there. This game is going to get bigger, Dan, and unfortunately it's going to happen off stream, but don't forget, guys, we will have some more cash game action tomorrow.
Something very similar. Looks like it's going to be 5 card again around the exact same time again.
Yeah, I think just two.
Who won last hand? Who won last hand?
Could be a similar lineup, could be a different lineup. You'll have to tune in to find out.
Indeed. We don't know the exact details as of yet. All we know, it will be a cash game stream, guys. Strong possibly it will be 5 card PLO again. Big smile on both Dan and I's faces.
5 players? 5 players? 5 players.
Thank you.
Philip betting 2k. Bottom set. Bottom set just seeming so inferior when there's 4 other people to act behind you with 5 cards each.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, Dan, isn't it? You just have to be so so passive in general. It's just you know, backdoors, and obviously all this backdoor equity is obviously very, very relevant too. So, as we always say, 4 cards is somewhat difficult as it is, but the fact that there's an extra card, like we said numerous times throughout the 6-hour stream, definitely doesn't make things any easier on the players. But either way, I have no doubt that these guys are more than experienced in these formats to understand when they should and shouldn't go crazy with certain hands. But we see a raise here from Dario with the middle set. And the gut shot to go along with that, and also the flush draw.
What a hand here for Dario.
A lot going on for sure, bro.
Set. Granted, it's only middle set, but it's better bottom set. Straight draw and a flush draw. I know his flush draw now isn't the greatest.
Oh, which one was the hand?
Ace, king, 10, 2 hard.
But wow.
Turn, deuce of hearts, river, deuce.
The tough spot for Philip, but at the same time again, doesn't have the flush draw to go along with the bottom set, so he needs to be careful here. Might be a spot he can get away from this. You still has to worry about, well, maybe not so much about Ferry, but still reasonable hand too.
I think he just has to put this in the muck, yeah.
I think so too, yeah. I think so too. I think it's one of those spots without the redraw to the flush at least. Just gonna have to get out of the way, I guess. Ferry, on the other hand, is gonna be in the same boat, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. Dario's hand just looking very strong here. Check raising.
Multi-way like that.
Multi-way. Few people to act behind him. And already a bet and a call in front of him.
Indeed.
Don't tell us.
You can still go. You can still go. You're up.
How can I explain it?
You're lucky so far. So maybe you can still go a nice holiday. 1800, 18,000.
18,000.
See Ferry still debating whether he wants to flick in a call here, but when you see bottom set being folded,
everybody's a winner. Everything.
Oh wow, he's really going to be running this, guys. This is going to be a big one, guys. This is going to be our first 100k pot, I think, and it is just 116k.
What's his reasoning behind this?
I'm not really sure, Dan. I think this is a little bit kind of maybe getting a little bit impatient, maybe a slight bit of tilt. I'm not quite sure, because I don't think other players will be getting this hand in. I think they will just be mucking this on the flop, but we are going to be running this down, and I'm assuming they're going to run it twice.
And this is by far the biggest pot of the night.
Indeed, 116k in the middle, guys, and they are running it twice, according to what Ferry said, or mentioned, or signalled, I should say, with his fingers.
No, it's sick.
Dario in a very, very good shape here. Is he drawn dead here with the tick beside it in terms of outs? Because he does block a lot of Ferry's outs here with the 3.
It's like Ferry has a wrap, but it's not the greatest of wraps.
That's a different chop than we know in Holland. That's a. It's really called a Colombian chop on the 5. This is gonna. Okay.
I think he has less.
The Ferry can't win.
This is the problem. He's literally getting this in dead. It's really, really bad shape here. He's dead.
So sick. 116k.
I don't think Dario can believe this situation. I just think this is a spot where Ferry doesn't have to do what he did, and he ended up doing it anyways.
Turn is the jack of clubs.
And that's it, Dan. GG Ferry for the first run out. I mean,
wow.
GG Ferry full stop, I guess. Unless someone mentioned in the chat that unless the graphics counter is accounting for the mucked cards, which could make sense as well.
Sickness for Ferry there, although I feel like he could have got away from that one.
I do think so too, mate.
Dario going to be playing 122k, which is more than he would have if had he won the title as last night. I mean, he got 50 anyway, but I'm saying this is more than first. This pot is more than first prize for winning a 2k Pot Limit Omaha bracelet event that we commentated on last night.
And this is why I play cash games, Dan.
Yeah, and it's important to note there, when we do have eliminations, we are trying to get the players to have as many interviews after their bust out as possible. So bear that in mind. If you see one of your favourite players getting eliminated or whatever the case may be, chances are it's going to cut to an interview from time to time. It's nice to be aware of that before it happens. Cito going to raise to 175 with the ace 9, 9, 6 from the cutoff.
9 against ace queen 8 6.
And look, Pliashko is all in by default here, Alan, with the ace queen 8 6. Again, you might need 2 questions.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll keep in mind, as long as you're writing down that stuff, bro, I got you covered.
And this one is 50-50 as well, as we see the flop of Jack 10-3. Pliashko, the favourite to remain in this tournament, as we see the turn.
Of course,
wow, nice.
Whoa!
It's for you, royal flush, bro. You just made the royal flush.
Not something we see every day. The royal flush.
Indeed.
Sit back down, Pliashko. He's probably raging that he only has 200k there after getting such a massive hand.
Indeed.
But better than being knocked out.
Oh, I don't play mine.
Yeah. We have to throw chips in the middle.
She knows.
She knows, aye.
She knows what she's up against. But what I always say about these heads-up battles, one double up and it changes things drastically. Suddenly you're looking at 8 million playing around 10-ish. So he's 14, so we'll be getting close to even chips.
This is the thing, Dan. A lot can change at that point.
300.
7 doesn't change much. Bird says that it's that she should be calling with the 8s. It did seem like she folded very quickly.
Yeah, didn't give it much deliberation. I agree, Bird. You know, there's a couple of things that she could have stopped and thought about there. You know, as I said, Omar is going to be leading that turn there pretty aggressively, especially with hands like that where it's a mandatory bet, given he unblocks hearts as well. So would have liked to see her think about it a little bit longer, yeah.
And look at this, they both flop flushes.
Wow. And heads up, Dan, I think this is a pretty unique situation here, so we'll see how this is panned out.
I think it's just a call though for Diana. Doesn't want to bloat the pot. Turn is the 10 of hearts.
7 check.
There's one thing I will say about this, Dan, that, you know, Omar is going to be more than aggressive with, like, you know, just a naked queen of clubs here, even the naked 10 of clubs, I would think, because 10x wouldn't have that much showdown value here. So if he has the ace of clubs, it's going to be very, very similar. He's going to find the bet line in these kind of monotone textures as well. So I would not be surprised if Diana ends up calling this down, but he's really putting the foot to the pedal here with the queen 8 of clubs.
I was about to say he's betting 1 million. I would like to see him bet around 1 million. He's gone for that exact amount. It really does set up a nice river jam.
It's quite polar indeed, mate, and that's why I'm thinking if he has the queen of clubs or the ace of clubs here, he's going to pick the exact same size. And so again, Omar just can't do any wrong here, man. He's just targeting that range. Of course, it's very unlucky for Diana to pick up a flush as well, or to have a flush heads up, especially when you have 3 clubs in your hand already. It's going to be very unlikely that he has any of them. But yeah, it's going to be a tough spot on the river here for Diana. I have to imagine as well, when from Omar's perspective, when he check calls twice, or when he faces the check call twice from Diana, that she's going to have 2 pairs and potentially lower flushes. So this is obviously going in the middle, Dan.
Well, Bird just says if she finds a fold, it will be the biggest PLO heads up fold ever.
This is it. This is the problem. And Omar will find bluffs here, guys. Omar is more than aggressive and more than smart enough, more than good enough, and there it goes.
That is enough to put her all in. You got a feel for her here. Not much she can do.
Call.
Wow,
She
that's
does
it,
call
guys.
it off, and that is it. Omar coming, yo. He has just defeated this entire table. Is now the World Series of Poker Europe PLO €550 buy-in champion.
This was fast.
Alrighty, folks, we are back. Blinds are now 30k, 60k, 60k. Person with pocket nines raises to 135. And he is going to call the additional. 10 deuce deuce, 2 hearts. 9's way out in the lead. Anderson is just going to bet and take that one down. Johan says at the break, 114 players remaining. Unbelievable numbers. If you are just tuning in, it's the France Poker Festival. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. 4,679 entries. €200 buy-in, €100,000 for first. Just incredible. Okay, Johan has just informed me that we play now in level 23. After this level, 3 more levels to play. Well, if the first 3 levels, or these 3 levels, are anything to go by that's coming up, Johan, we are going to be spoiled for action because it's going to be hard to beat what just happened there before the break. Johan is agreeing with me. We had an incredible action. Profiler all in for 460k total. Getting that one through. Now playing 10 bigs. 10-3 of diamonds. This guy, fast becoming one of my favourite players to commentate on. I just do not know what he's going to do next. 10-3 of diamonds he's involved with this time. Urson is going to complete in the big with the 4s. Checking all the way. He's going to bet tiny here on the river. Try to get a call. Would you believe it? Urson is actually going to call him off on King, Queen, 9, 7, Jack with just 4s. Johan says bet the minimum. That's exactly what he's done. Johan says they call it a suction bet. Well, even with the suction bet, I guess you have to kind of pay that man off, don't you? But you're beating absolutely nothing with the 4s. Very difficult to win a showdown there. Profiler shoving with the ace-6 offsuit. This is way too loose from the profiler. Sebastian is going to isolate with ace-queen of diamonds. This is just way too big of a jam with ace-6 offsuit here. It's just one of the worst aces you want to be shoving, especially from early position as well, with still 10 bigs. This is the problem when you do get called. You really do run into it. Ace-8 deuce is the flop, and it'll be hard to win from here. 8 outs as we hit the river. 1.4 million in the pot. River is the 6. I just don't believe it, guys. Wow. The poker gods are delivering tonight. bad beat after bad beat. The 6 of diamonds rolling off on the river. Profiler will double up now to 22 big blinds. Just incredible. Getting rewarded. We'll have to post the blinds now, but what a double up that is for him. It's just sick. Sick for the ace queen suited. The man of the hour here in the hijack, ace 9 off suit. And he's going to raise to 130k. Chair in the big here, a queen 10 off suit. This is going to be more than good enough to see a flop with. Both players with a piece of it. And I'd be definitely seeing a turn card here against this guy. We'd be calling anyway, but especially against the hijack here. Oh my God, what a turn card. Queen of Hearts rolling off. Jer with the best of it now. This pot spiraling, folks, over $1 million. Stack to pot ratio is going to be getting close to 1-to-1. Now, Jer raising the flop, which I wasn't really a fan of. And he bets again here now. He's just going to be repping a busted flush draw or a straight draw. It's a very strange way he's playing this hand. I wasn't expecting to see him raise the flop in the first place. Doesn't really accomplish much. But against someone like Eggs on, he could be willing to call with a wide variety of hands. And when he bets 145 here into a pot of over $1 million, or just in or around $1 million, it really seems like he's going to do this with a very, very nutted range, because he wants to bet bigger to protect against the flush draw and the straight draw. That is why... Oh, wow. Forget everything I said. I just don't know anymore, guys. What a wild hand. Johan says, just watch, Dan. Well, Johan, you give me nothing but praise on this channel now, but I'm telling you, this is unprecedented. Some of these spots. So, Johan, maybe the bet of 145 was genius to induce a raise there. What is going to happen next? So you like that bet now, Johan, to induce the raise? I really thought the only reason he had thought that long was because it was such a small bet. I just don't know what raising accomplishes there, bar getting rid of a draw. And sometimes I can get behind it because there is just a lot of merit to getting your opponent to fold specific hands, but not when the board pairs on the turn there. Johan says, who wants to take a guess as to what will happen next? Not me anyway, Johan, because so many things have happened already. Gerson is going to bet 150 here on the turn. Profiler calling. 670 in this pot now on the Queen, Jack, Jack, Ace, 7 board. Profiler is just going to check his option. Gerson will be happy to take that down. I feel like he could have extracted a small bit of value there from Profiler, even though the board getting worse by the river, of course. The flush completing. Flamingo says, you mean 2-4 offsuit all in? Perhaps Flamingo. Profiler is just going to rip in the small with 8-6 offsuit. Takes it down. What a fun table this is. Jer, chip leader with 56 bigs. Igor is your shortest stack with 9. Everything in between. Average stack about 30 bigs, and I believe we're getting close to 100 players remaining. Miz says it's pretty annoying. The top right info is gone lately. I understand where you're coming from. We're trying to stay on top of things and keep you updated as much as possible. It's something that I'm aware of. Yeah, Johan says there must be around 105 players left. Ballpark. And I would say, if I was to hazard a guess, if I was a gambling man, the average stack would be somewhere in or around that 2 million zone. Maybe a little bit less right now. But the structures are really good, even if it is just a €200 buy-in. Johan's correct to me saying the buy-in was almost €200. It was 190. Fair enough, Johan. I just like to round up. And Jer is going to bet 150 here, and Profiler is going to come along for the ride on the 8-7-3 flop. Ace of clubs hits the turn. And Jer is going to get the job done with a second barrel there. Nice to take that one down. Rep the ace, blocking ace king and ace queen. Under the gun, 125 to go. It's the man of the hour yet again. Seen a lot of these min raises off very short stacks tonight. This is the third or fourth time it's happened. Profiler is just going to open rip here with almost 15 big blinds from the hijack. Sometimes I'm okay with ripping this with this many big blinds, but I feel like this is a hand we want to use in our min-raise folding range most of the time. Maybe the ace-10 is good enough to raise call with, depending on who's behind you. But if I'm raising into this guy's big blind, I don't really want to rip. I want to give someone like him the chance to see a flop for a cheap price. Therefore, I think his hand is just going to play better as a min-raise. Johan's making another very important point there. He said next week it is the mystery bounty event. Yes, Johan, poker stars are in the house, folks. The real commentators will be in town. So make sure you get involved with that one. It's going to be massive. If you want to find out more details, I'll give you some details anyway, but head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. It's going to be 2.5 million guaranteed in that series, folks. Mystery Bounty is on next week, and then of course you've got the 1 million main. Profiler with the open. He's 4 spades, and Thomas is going to call on the button. King Jack off suit. Sebastian, a nice rip here with the pocket sevens for 700k total. And Thomas just going to muck his hand. Too much for him to call off there. He could have elected to rejam pre. Don't mind him flatting on the button, but the off-suited combo, not ideal off that stack depth, even though we are in position. And Johan says, are you not in the boot next week, Stan? No. Last year, I thought I was going to be, and I got home here, and I wasn't needed at the last minute. So this year, I have asked in advance what the crack was, because it's Paddy's Day, of course. So don't want to miss our national holiday. Johan says from the 18th of March to the 8th of April, you're on vacation in Sri Lanka. That's awesome to hear, Johan. Thomas going for a very unconventional limp here. Pocket sixes in the cutoff of about 12 bigs total. You just want to be ripping this one pretty much all the time. Don't really understand what this limp was about. So yes, indeed, you'll be spoiled for action the next couple of weeks. Poker Stars will be running the show all under one roof. It'll be the King's Resort, live from Rosvedov. Johan says, always funny to see a jam when the cards on the board are more in the range of the blinds. Yeah, on the King, King 8 there, though, I think you just want to protect your sixes. If you don't protect them pre, it's just a massive shove as well on that flop, but it's probably your best bet. Sebastian raising on the button with the King Jack off suit, and Urson is going to call in the small Queen 6 suited. Nice flop for Urson. After the flop goes check, check now. The 10 of clubs on the turn. Erson is going to check call. River is the 4 of hearts. Erson's meant to have a pretty strong range here when he calls from the small. Erson is going to bet 165. Actually, can get behind this bet a lot because it stops letting Sebastian bet a bigger amount that's going to get you to fold your hand. So this is creative. Morpheus asks how many players are left. Less than 100 now. Don't have the exact number. Remember, we're on a 30-minute delay. The average stack is in or around 2 million. And there is in or around 100 players remaining. All players guaranteed in or around €1,000 at the moment. They'll all be chasing that first prize of 100 grand. 100 grand, folks. Final day will be tomorrow. Opportunity of a lifetime from €190 buy-in. Gennaro with a very wide open here from early position. Jack 7 suited. Ger with the mandatory defend, and ace 10-9 is your flop. Bit of 2-10. Good shot, straight draw. Backdoor spade draw. Jer won't be going anywhere yet. Four spades hitting the turn. Interesting card. Good hand for Gennaro to keep barreling. Hard for Jer to continue now, although it's not the largest sizing he's facing on the turn. Yeah, I could have seen him call there and seen a river, but giving credit there, if he calls now, he's going to be faced with a large bet on the river decent portion of the time, so he just decides to let it go now. Blinds have just gone up as well, folks. 40, 80, 80. And I believe if that's correct also, Johan, we have 3 levels remaining for tonight. As Red Luigi says, deuces never loses. 2:25 to go here with the king 10 of hearts. He only has about 5 big blinds behind, so you could easily see him just raise call this one. Obviously, I would just prefer to see him jam. Well, he does successfully take down the blinds and antes. Wow, here we go again. This is the 5th time, I think, now that we've seen a raise from under the gun off subpar ranges, off an 11 to 12 big blind stack. Just incredible. It's not something I normally see, and now I've seen it 5 times tonight. And Sebastian, 3-betting to 700k. Essentially moving all in. We've got action here because Igor's obviously going to stack off with his jacks just 2 bigs behind. Must be a pay jump, folks, because I wouldn't see him posture for this long with this little chips. With a hand as strong as Jack's. Thomas is just posturing here. There obviously is a pay jump at play. I spied with my little eye saying that there was 94 players remaining on the clock. Igor in a flip for his tournament life here against Sebastian. And top 2 for Sebastian. And Igor has been eliminated. Sebastian will scoop those chips. It's actually quite strange. It doesn't appear that there was a pay jump there at all. No need for the posturing, especially with the jacks. The under the good range, I can understand not wanting to look as light as he was. Queen 10 offsuit, raising in the cutoff. Ten-6 offsuit, defending in the big. King 7-3 is the flop. Goes check, check. Turn is the 5 of spades. And he finds a way of taking this pot away from his opponent on the turn, picking up that straight draw. If you like, Gennaro missing out on an opportunity to take that one down with a small bet on the flop. Small blind now. Queen, Jack of clubs. He's going to raise to 180k. We just opt to jam this one, but it is a very nice hand to raise with. Goes for about a 200k on the 665. 2 diamond flop. does win another pot, and he's playing close to 20 big blinds now. Something to bear in mind. Profiler absolutely going for it here. Actually, this isn't as bad as one or two of his other shoves. Not too bad of a shove. The king and the 10. Whoa, we've got action. Pocket fives looking to gamble here. Going in over the top, and I don't believe this. What a moment this is for the big blind with kings. Incredible stuff here. 2 all-ins in front of you. Picking up the kings of kings in the big blind. This deep into a tournament like this. All he has to do is call. So here we go, folks. 3-way all in. I don't really know why he was tanking. Must be on the exact pay jump, but there's no need for this. Perhaps just overthinking it. Jack 8-9 is the flop. Turn is the queen of hearts. Wow. Oh my God. Tonight has just had absolutely everything. Profiler set for a triple up. Versus the 7 of clubs. You couldn't write some of this action tonight, guys. We lose the man of the night. Eggs on with his pocket fives. I'm sad to see him go because I find him intriguing, just wanting to know what he's going to do next. Holy shit. What a hand for the King 10 offsuit. Johan says, still no French players on the table. It looks like the Italian poker series. Well, I tell you what, 4,679 entries. It looks very like the Italian poker series indeed. And ECW says, why is he tanking? Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with you there. Oh, Johan says he wins a little, he takes the side pot. Fair enough, Johan. But he could have done with not losing that one. New player at the table in the hijack, raising to 200k. Ace Queen suited in the big blind. Goes for the rejam. And against an aggressive player, I would raise call here with the ace-9 suited. And he does decide he wants to call it off. Can't blame him. Didn't think about it for too long. Just a lot of his stack. About half of it. Jack 10-3 is the flop. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. And now 4 outs. Can save Marin or he will lose a chunk. And Andrew will double up. Profiler raising the ace-10 offsuit under the gun. Interesting call here from Thomas. Just queen-jack offsuit. Just seeing such crazy plays. He's just only got 6 bigs behind. Wants to try hit something on the flop, it looks like. Does flop trips. Jer with a piece of it here in the big. Unless the graphics are wrong here, guys, I can't make heads or tails of this one. Thomas has gone all in over the top for 555 with just the queen-jack offsuit. No spades, nothing. Wow. No fold equity either. Just absurd what we're witnessing here tonight. Wow. 9 of diamonds hits the turn. Interesting card. Gives Thomas some outs. The river is the ace of spades. Perhaps he had to go catch a flight or something. Sometimes it can happen. As Elevated Steam says, what a legendary punt. Absolutely. As Johan says, 78 players remaining now. Red Luigi says, would have been nuts if it was a king. ECW says he thought it was coming. I mean, on a night that's had everything so far. Gobsmacked, guys. Really and truly, the action is surpassing itself tonight. Featuring a lot of bad beats, it has to be said. Ace 10 offsuit is going to raise to 175. Takes down the blinds and antes. So it looks like the current payout is €1,150. Sebastian is just going to rip with the ace 10 suited. And he will just take that one down. So yes, indeed, Johan. Next break is in 7 minutes. And after that, we will still have 2 more levels to come, guys. ECW asked when they start tomorrow. Almost every time it's 2:30 Central European time. So I would say it's going to be a very, very long day tomorrow, guys. The last time this happened was the Italian Poker Sport, and the stream went on for 15 hours. So strap yourself in. It's going to be a long, bumpy ride tomorrow if tonight is anything to go by. So this is going to be the last hand before the break, guys. Hope you're still enjoying the show. Another 2 full levels to go. Going on about a 15-minute break, and then we'll be back. What a table this has been. It's just been epic. Profiler going for the min raise. King Deuce suited. 998 is the flop. Urson defending with 7-5 offsuit. Alrighty, folks, that's going to do it. Go get yourself a cup of tea or something. I'll see you all shortly, with inside 15 minutes for lots more action from the French Poker Festival Day 2, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. We'll be right back.
Two chains. Not playing Yo's game site. Mucking the 8-3. Yo Viral's game, that is.
Yeah, you guys covered 4 days of those cash game streams from right here in Rosvedov. Massive pots were exchanged, by the way, right here on this channel.
€400,000 pot going Santosh Savanant's way.
Remember that one. Well, as impressive as 400,000 or 400,000 euro pots may be, how about the 1.5 million euros that one of these remaining 70 players will be claiming in a 10K buy-in, no less.
Ladder secured. Everyone guaranteed 22,000 for their efforts. Speaking of efforts, Clezzy's trying to get this through here. I don't think it's going to work. Small blind V button. Montagnoli with an interesting decision. Yeah, I think flat is just the play. We get to keep in hands that we have dominated. Weaker ace-x and jack-x.
Ace
okay,
5
dealer.
deuce as we get ourselves a real collision. Top pair against the second nut flush draw. Note, by the way, that this is the first involvement from the new arrival here at this feature table.
You just get water. You just get water to drink. Water.
Insane flop. 330 in the middle.
We play here 2 label, 1 label.
2 levels.
2 labels. Can I get the 1 still water and 1 sparkling
Early.
water, please? Thank you.
Fresh to the feature table. Unaware of most of these players, how they've been playing. We obviously just have a very clear-cut call here and make the tougher decisions across turn and river.
110,000 does get called. 220 more into the middle. Pot growing to over 500,000. And now we add a gut shot to the equation for Klezis.
Yeah, Klezis now probably recognizing that this is a genuinely strong range. sixes, sevens, eights. I think we can remove. I think we hear from tens and jacks pre-flop. Ace Queen O a concern. Ace Jack O. Ace King we also hear from. We're blocking King High and Queen High flush draws that perhaps fold turns, so do we check in the hopes that the Austrian checks back, we get to realise, or do we just try and bulldoze our way through this one?
You see Montagnoli mulling it over here.
Nice hand to check, I think. Looks like he's reaching for a small bet. Yeah, 1/3 pot. Just kind of setting the price for himself to just always be able to check behind. I wonder if this small bet actually induces Klezis to jam the King Queen. All options on the table. If he thinks the Austrian has fold equity.
This is so nasty. This is exactly what we didn't want to have happen. And you see a snap fold from that ace jack.
Oh, if we're going to bet turn to then snap fold, a self-inflicted wound. No need to bluff it all off with reckless abandon, which we're all guilty of from time to time. Now's not the time to do it.
73,000 euros locked up. That'll be the payout for the next two spots, 13th and 12th. Final table will be set when we get down to 9.
Kings now for Sai. What's going on? They've all had some Haribo fizzy colas on break or something. I mean, rocket fuel.
Queen Jack being deliberated on by Poodle, who I think is just as aware as you and I in the booth here, Henry, as to how snug Tsai has been operating out there. Decides not to get cute as...
Money's just going in, Harley.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Back-to-back hands, the wheels have come off. Ladders round every corner.
Under normal circumstances, this ace-king would just be so sexy, but in the face of a snap call by two black kings,
just gonna be bang bang.
Yeah.
Sayonara, Italy. Sai, the Italian assassin, if he can just hold here.
I believe Arrivederci Italy would have been the more apropos, but I know.
You know, I'm trying, okay? It's been a long month, Ali.
That it has. And it's also been a long day out here for Vito Vella. One that he hopes can continue, but an ace for the time being. That which would be required. 4-set continuation unavailable on the Queen 5-3 board.
Wow, something going on the outer table. We'll have to jump into the action over there after this.
Sure sounds that way.
Hello.
Wheel gutty now as we add deuces to the mix. 7 outs one time. Can Vella find extended play here in the main? He can't.
Just so many insane hands in this first frame of play.
Yeah, we've not been spoiled for action, Randy.
Why not? Rajanovski's got ace-jack.
He's the man who's been at the heart of most of it.
Love this guy. Love to see him get some chips going his way. Drop in 4 blues. Make that 100K.
Yeah.
Ace queen. Oh, he's just in trouble. I don't see a world where Rajanovski gets away from this one against ace queen of hearts.
Yeah, he's been opening all the hands. Now may meet resistance. And he may just decide ace jack suited. It's too much kit. Let's see though. Adamski.
He's grabbing those re-raising chips immediately.
Alright, 250,000.
Does take up to 5 blinds. Which may give Rajanovski the appearance that he could potentially
He might
get
think,
a fold.
oh, I can peel this maybe. And if he peels, which he does, there is a chance he can just get away when he misses.
He's got no fear of playing these spots, Randy, with SBR of 1 or less than 1.
He was given a good price pre, to be fair.
Yeah. He's only... Well...
Club. Followed by 2.
Here we go.
Clubs.
He's just announcing the stop and go, Randy. Stop and go for pot. Now, Adamski has to ponder this. Like, it's not ace-king, is it? Ace-king's jamming pre. So he's thinking, is it a hand like 7s or 5s that...
He pretty much has the nut-no pair. He does have the backdoor hearts, which is helpful for added equity. If he's up against 2 clubs, he's doing okay, as you can see. Yes, the question is this opponent ever paired at this point? Hard to say. You know, Rajanovski is hard to put on a hand.
Right, does it feel like against this player we just kind of have to shrug and call?
I would think you'd have to shrug and call. You need to wait how often you're up against like a flush draw or a pair. Even against a pair, you're not doing too bad with 2 overs and backdoor hearts.
If it's 5s, we're actually in pretty good shape. 7s, 9s, 10s.
Yes, counterfeit opportunities against smaller pairs. I think this is pretty much a slam dunk call.
Yeah, he does make it. I'm with him. I'd be calling, and he's going to see it's flipping. Of course, there is some chop equity.
Let's see, can he find a chance to stay in this tournament for Rajanovski, who's been the most active player at this featured table?
Yeah, we're not picking favourites in the booth, nothing against Adamski, but I want Rajanovski to stick around, so maybe a chop's fair.
Is that fair? Because that is the nut flush.
That'll do it. Double up via clubs. Nice. He's staring Adamski down even though he's just doubled up for him. I love it.
important is...
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. 2 more levels to go. Ace King suited, raising to 225 from under the gun. Dutch Koala is in the house. What's up, buddy? Nice to see. The fans are still with me. 2 more hours of action yet, guys. Far from over. It's been exhilarating. 50k is now the small blind. 100k is now the big blind with 100k running big blind ante. That's 50, 100, 100. And we're going to have some action here because top pair for both players. And when you defend in the big blind and get a flop like that, you're loving life. Little does he know, his kicker is inferior. A million in this pot now. That turn card might save Andrew from going broke. He will probably have to call one more street. Bet a 225 on the turn here on the call. $1.5 million in this pot. Stack to pot ratio is 1-to-1. That 4 clubs does put us straight out there if he had a deuce from the big blind. Let's just see what happens here. Jer isn't going to try get external value, just going to check it back. King 7 asked who is chip leading. Couldn't tell you. Have to find that out at a later date. We only have information about the feature table itself. 350 is the raise from Gerson on the button here. The ace queen suited. And we will just take down the blinds and antes. As much as this has been one of the craziest nights I can remember on a Sunday for action, at some point they will maybe not be as reckless trying to bag and tag in such a massive event. Johan says at the break, 73 players remaining. Average stack is 2.5 million. So min raise on the button. Ace 7 off suit and the big blind. Up in an open ender. Flop going. Check, check. Turn now. Pair and enough flush draw for the button. Profiler checking a second time with just an open ender. River is the 8 of spades. Profiler will laugh and show the best hand. Things could have escalated there. Profiler taking it down. Someone looking for the payouts. I've mentioned it a few times alright. Mentioned it a few times already. I'm going to mention it one more time. €200 buy-in, well 190. The winner tomorrow of the France Poker Festival main event is going to win €100,000. Unbelievable. 6 tickets will be awarded. The World Series of Poker Europe main event later on this year. So it is all to play for. Dutcho Koala says sick. That's for €190. Yes, just insane value. $125 is the bet here from Profiler. Flopping top pair on the Queen 3 Deuce Rainbow. Flop. Blind v blind battle. Wow. What an action-packed Turncarver Profiler now with trips. I need to stop saying action-packed because got way too fond of saying that now. Totally wrong on that occasion, of course. The King 6 not having much. Johan says Battle of the Blinds. Yeah, you're going to see a good few of those as we get closer and closer to bagging and tagging. It's going to be a super long day tomorrow, but it's been already a super long day for all the players, so they're going to be tired. Fatigue is going to set in. Look at this. Gennaro making a standard-ish shove here in the small blind. Getting whacked off here by the aces. What a time to pick them up. A7-3 is the flop, but look at that for a turn card. Straight draw, flush draw. It's never easy, Johan. Lots of emotes coming in the chat. So many big pairs tonight, guys. I feel like I've just be repeating myself to death, but that's just the way it's been. So Erson is going to raise to 220 here with ace-5 of diamonds. And Jer's going to call in the hijack. Jack 10 off suit. Aaron in the small blind, faced with a decision. King Queen off suit. 15 bigs. Just lets it go, and that's a good pass. You will see a lot of players V-pip there. Call from the small, or even consider a rejam. Does get away from it. Top pair here for Jer. Erson coming up short. Couple of pairs here again. 8s and 9s. Wow. Oh my God, guys. 2 red ladies here for Wang in the small blind. And Urson surely going to be priced in here. Less than 10 bigs. The more I look at this spot, it absolutely sucks because you've got a player to act behind you. And Wang has to have a very strong hand here to shove in general because he's perceived to have a limited amount of fold equity. And Urson gonna need a lot of help here. Ace King 6 is the flop. Turn is the 4 of hearts. Looking like Wang is going to get a nice double up. River is the 6 of diamonds. Wang now playing 22 bigs. Another pair, guys. Unbelievable. Urson pocket 8s, all in for 12 bigs. Marin all in over the top with ace queen suited. Queen, Jack, 3 is the flop. King of diamonds hits the turn. Person in big trouble now as we hit the river. River is the deuce of diamonds. And Johan says today we have a big number of pairs on the board. Absolutely. Non-stop. Carlos is just going to limp here on the button with a hand like Jack 10 suited off this stack depth. Just wants to be shoving. The Ace Jack surely just going to rejam this one. So we have another all-in and call. So much action. Almost 15 bigs in this one. Carlos calling it off here. Interesting that he didn't just decide to jam himself. Turn is the king of diamonds. Carlos needing one of the 6 outs remaining, or he will be gone. River is the 3 of diamonds. And we will lose another player. Another pair, guys. Pocket eights and hijack raising to 250. Pocket eights yet again. Jer is going to call him the big with king jack offsuit. Aaron's going to bet 200k here. Jer is going to see a turn. I feel like he wants to just be checking back eights here on the turn. And he's just going to go check, check. Red Luigi says the streak is broken. I think records have been broken tonight, Red Luigi. This is a huge shove from under the gun. Ace deuce offsuit. Almost 9 big blinds. Surprised to not see the Queen Jack suited go there, Red Luigi, but you don't really want to call off your entire tournament there, facing an under the gun open or an under the gun shove. Sebastian makes a very nice and correct call off here with ace-5 suited, although I say correct, it is very... It's a loose enough call off for your entire tournament facing the under the gun shove, but He knows his opponent, I suppose. Jack 8, 3 is the flop. Turn is the 9 of clubs. River is the Jack of clubs. This one is going to get chopped up, folks. And Dutch Koala says, I don't think it's correct. Yeah, I think you are correct in saying that it's not correct. It's a big gamble and a risk to take. Everybody loved the chop pot. Indeed. Choppy, choppy. New player at the table, Peter. Ace Jack suited. It looks like he is just going to steal the blinds and antes. Another pocket pair. This time pocket 10s in the hijack for Ger. He's going to raise to 225. Wang defending with the 9-6 offsuit and the big blind. Goes check, check. Turn is the Queen of Hearts. Wang picks up a pair here on the river. Pens will just be happy to win that one. With the 2 overcards out there. Jer is going to 3-bet to 550 here with Ace Queen. Eric, the initial opener with the A6 suited. Eric feels like he's priced in here. This could get him in trouble. Don't really like continuing. The A6 suited. Both players flopping top pair. Jared's going to go for $500,000 c-bet here. And now it's going to be tough for Eric to just fold after flopping top pair. Wow. That's very surprising. When you open and you get 3-bet and you call and flop top pair, usually, I wouldn't even say usually, definitely going to be seen a turn card. Perhaps he has a live read. Something to that effect. Red Luigi says, how did he do that? His GTO brain gives error. The blinds have just gone up. 60k, 120k, 120k. So that would lead me to believe that this is the last level of the night. Average stack is almost 30 bigs. Roughly 55 players remaining. There is a pay jump looming of about €200. Next payout will be €1,515. Next pay jump even. Gennaro is all in with Queen 10 off suit, and Aaron is going to call in the hijack with Ace Jack suited. So it is all in and call. Queen 10 against the Ace Jack suited. Gennaro is the at-risk player. Queen 7-7 is the flop. Turn is the King of Clubs. River is the 5 of Spades, and Gennaro gets very lucky. Well, I say very lucky. He did have 2 live cards, but nice double up for him. He's now playing 15 big blinds. Aaron with the Ace 5 off suit here is going to raise to 250. Big blind with Ace Jack. This would normally be good enough to rejam, and he does go for it. Some players might just call there, but I think it's just going to play better as a rejam off this stack depth, considering it's the last level of the night. Jerry is your chip leader at the feature table with 42 bigs. And Sebastian, the shortest stack with 5. Six players with 20 big blinds or less here, so they're going to have to make moves at some point. Not that we haven't seen enough moves being made tonight. Pocket nines raising to 260. Jer's going to complete in the big blind with 9-8 of hearts, and the flop comes King, Queen, 5. 2 hearts. Jer's going to bet 300. Not ideal here for the pocket nines. Two overcards on board, but Gennaro might want to see a river. Does decide to just let it go. That's a really nice pick up there for Jer. Jer is just going to complete in the small here with Jack 10 of hearts, and Profiler checks his option. Chair betting 200k here on the turn with his flush draw. Well, he will still win a showdown. All players heading into what looks like the last 30 minutes of the night. We've got action here, folks. Marin raising to 275 from under the gun with the ace-king offsuit. Sebastian just with 4 bigs and pocket eights. Wow, looks like he's just called and left himself with the 2 big blinds behind. I can't get behind this unless he's just going to stack off anyway. Then it doesn't really matter that much. Marin betting enough to put Sebastian all in, of course, and Sebastian going to stack off on this paired board. Turn is the 9 of spades. River is the deuce of clubs. Giant Mom 420. Funny name. Says he only calls what? Max says maybe there is a money jump. We've just reached a money jump. Wang is going to raise the 250 here with the 9s from under the gun. Off 15 bigs. Just lets those 7s go so quickly there. That's because it was an under the gun raise. Red Luigi saying the same thing. Profiler picking up the ladies here in the cutoff. Nice time to get the ladies. Probably just happy to take it down. Obviously you want action when you've got queens. But he'll take it. Loving that new collection that I keep mentioning as well, folks. The poker face one. It's just awesome. It's got a mask sewn into the hood and everything. Jer raising to 250 here with the ace 8 of clubs. Profiler with a very, very loose call here in the hijack. 6-3 suited. Queen, Jack, Deuce is the flop. Jer is going to take that one down with a bet on the 9 of hearts turn. Profiler getting out of the way with just 6 high. Arrow shoving from the hijack with the A7 offsuit. Marin, King Jack of hearts. This is a really nice hand to go with, considering it's a late position open, and our range is going to do pretty well against the shoving range in the hijack. But in a tournament like this close to the final day, I like the edge pass. If you have more chips, of course, you could risk it. Eric getting a walk, always nice. And we're this close to the end of the day. Profiler raised to 250 here with the ace queen off suit. Red Luigi says everyone's playing so tight now. Yeah, that's exactly what I predicted. The action has been relentless. So it only makes sense that it's going to balance out sooner or later. Look at this for Profiler. He's one of the loosest images at the table. He picks up aces. Seven, six, three, all diamonds hits the flop. Going to be hard to get action with aces this close to the end of the day. Sebastian here in the hijack now with 9 bigs. I'd still be inclined to rip that one. It's going to be too good of a spot to take down the blinds and antes when we're only playing 9 big blinds ourselves. Johan says, I expect to see that we play X more hands soon. Did I get that info? I did indeed. 4 more hands remaining, folks. I'd like to give a massive thanks to Johan, who has been a phenomenal moderator all night long. Very fun stream. And if you've enjoyed tonight, we're just warming up. Tomorrow is where the real fun starts, even though the amount of fun hands that happened tonight was just phenomenal. We could be in for a very, very long stream tomorrow, so be prepared, folks. Unbelievable amount of entries. Such a big prize up for grabs tomorrow. I'll be going straight to bed. A nice sleep and hopefully get a good routine done in the morning and be full of beans for you guys tomorrow. And say a big thanks to everyone who tuned in tonight as well. Stayed with us till the end. Don't forget to give us a like, subscribe and a follow if you're enjoying the channel. No, as always, if you are new to the channel and want to find out additional information, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Peter is going to raise to 250 here. And Andre with ace king off suit is going to rejam from the cutoff. You get the job done with the rejam. So last 3 hands, guys. And Curran says we can almost go to bed. Well, we get to do it all again tomorrow. Arrow with the rejam, ace king suited, profiler with the open, pocket sixes, and profiler is going to call. So we have an all in the call on the last hands of the night. Big flip. Queen 4-3 is the flop. Turn is the 5 of hearts, and Gennaro needing to hit this river. It's now or never. 6 outs. Doesn't arrive. It's the 4 diamonds. Peter raises to 250. The ace jack suited, and Jer is just going to call into hijack with ace 10 off suit. Peter is going to bet 175 here on the 976 rainbow flop. Jer's going to call. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. Nearly 1.2 million in this pot. And Johan says a big round of applause for Action Man Dan for calling the action. Thank you very much, Johan. It was only the warm-up. Will be a bit more lively tomorrow. On the river here, double pair board. Both players probably just happy to chop this one up. Right, so folks, it's the last hand of the night. Johan says, see you tomorrow, Dan. See you tomorrow, Johan. King Jack raises to 260. Wang picking up ace king. Going to make the big rejam. Last hand of the night. And Andre is going to let it go. Bye for now, says Johan. Yeah, I'm saying byes very quickly tonight as well. You know the drill, guys. 2:30 Central European time tomorrow. It's going to be awesome. Thanks to everyone again for tuning in throughout the whole night. Some epic action, and I expect something very similar tomorrow. There'll be a lot of interesting situations if tonight is anything to go by. But for now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.